audio levels look okay. We're starting the second episode today. I have some watermelon with me. It's not very cold though. I don't think it's been in the fridge for very long. Let me reset something quickly. There we go. Okay, continue. Yeah, we were starting episode 2. I just almost dropped my fork. Okay, let's start. Okay, we're on some sort of steamship. Unbreakable speckled band. I'm going to assume someone dies in a locked cabin.
In the corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Alright, we're on a steamship. Oh, there's more.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. And in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. HERLOCK Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I swear to God, if we're in the closet, I'm gonna be so mad. My head is throbbing. It's us, isn't it? What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Okay, okay, never mind. Nope, nope, nope. Wait, I can't move. Bruh. We're the new Maya. Every episode's just us getting accused for another murder. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? Thank you for the headbat wrestler. So you wake up now, Oh, no, it's this guy. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true cold-blooded, man. You found me then. Da, we found you, and now you pay. Criminal. It's with a K too. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. Is this HERLOCK SHOLMES? There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, no, that's her. Susato. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? No, they did not just kill him. They did not just kill him. Why am I being censored like this? You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama was. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. Oh my god, they literally pulled a Mia on us. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm not surprised, but I'm still upset nonetheless. Our mentor, our friend who was supposed to study abroad and do great things, now dead in the second episode. And these handcuffs, surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! I might change her voice to just match what I did for Maya. If it seems like the only cutscenes that play are going to be like at the beginning of each episode, pretty much. Kazuma. Yeah, do it. It was just 2 short weeks ago. They really did pull a Mia on us. I guess HERLOCK SHOLMES is supposed to not replace, but he's supposed to kind of like fill in the gap that Kazuma leaves behind. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Oh, so okay. I was a stowaway. It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. HERLOCK seems like a dope. I thought I was going to die. Oh, so we were in his luggage. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Very smart, but too confident. I mean, I think that's how he's kind of supposed to be. That's a little bit of how he's always been portrayed. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe door once you're inside. I don't know. Also, that explains the paper. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England, together. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on this ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I'd like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. Suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. About the incident, Kazuma's death. Does it matter? He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via porthole window. The bolts on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Well, the sticker also counts as a locked door? Yeah, my thoughts exactly. If he was in there, then like how was he like... If he had come out, the sticker would have been broken, and if he went back in there to hide, he couldn't have put it in. Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to help me. Oh, you have to tell me? Is that what you said? I don't remember. What was history? T. You have to tell me. Yeah, okay. And the cause of death is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Hello, Bale. Still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So, presumably, that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. And that's true, yes. Welcome. You have come right in to learn that Kazuma has died. They pulled a Mia on us, and so now our best friend slash kind of not really mentor, but our tutorial buddy has been killed, and now we are being accused of his murder. Okay, about the incident. I'm kind of curious how they... You don't think someone could get in through the vents, could you? Because this is a locked door mystery, which means there must be some way out. And it's a sliding bolt, so... Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Damn! And there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Oh! You don't think, okay, current theory is like some sort of sleepy gas was like pushed through the vents. Everybody inside fell asleep. I don't know about Kazuma though, but like that could explain why Ryunosuke was asleep in there. Da Vinci Code death? Yeah, kind of. Is it bad that I don't really remember any of the Da Vinci Code movies? I think we watched all of them and then I don't remember what happened in any of them anymore. Terrible memory. What am I nomming on tonight? Watermelon. Watermelon. One of my favorite fruits. I prefer them chilled, but it's okay. The ones I have right now are like room temperature. My memory is shit. If there was a descriptive word for something worse than shit, that's what my memory is. My brain just does not retain information very well, depending on what it is. I bought applesauce from Costco, and to my surprise, it is in a slurp packet. Oh. I don't think I've ever seen... Oh, do you mean... Slurp packet could mean so many things, but I think I know what you're talking about. It's normally those like... It's normally what they put like jelly or those like squeezable baby foods in, I think. Is that the kind of slurp packet you're talking about? I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. That line doesn't make sense to me. It's still throbbing like anything. What am I reading? 50 Shades of Grey? Okay, Stowaway and Last Night. Well, the bookshelf has, it's been tossed over. Don't know if that has anything to do with it. Why are you even on board this ship now, Horo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. Or do you think he had an inkling that he might die? I don't know, I don't think he could have predicted that though. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. Oh my god, maybe he did know he was gonna die. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. I was recently sick, and my best friend delivered a care package to me. I found applesauce to be excellent. I haven't had any since elementary school. I think it's been a few months since I last had it. The problem with me is applesauce has to have either... It has to be either pretty sweet or it has to have like spices in it for me to like it. I can't have just like bland store-bought applesauce. Okay, the last 9. Homemade applesauce is really nice. I think I've made it like once before. It's quite nice, yes. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. And so deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. Okay, either something was in the vents or something was in the food we ate, because otherwise there's no possible explanation. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up then, perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. What, is that like, is that an idiom that I'm just not familiar with? I have to Google it. It's bothering me so much. Because, like, I've just never heard that in my life. Like anything. Okay, it is an idiom that I just don't ever come across in my day-to-day life. Like anything, exceedingly, very much, to an extreme degree, primarily heard in the UK. Okay. So it's a common thing in the UK. So it's a British thing, I guess. In France, we have fruit puree cups that are sold in the yogurt aisle. Basically the texture and flavor of applesauce. Ooh, that sounds good. I was also surprised how much fluid replacements are. Fluid replacements? You mean like drinks or like fluids, like, I don't know, that you're supposed to like inject into yourself? Really? Drinks? Nowadays I'm normally just sticking to water. Sometimes the occasional juice. Have I not heard of Pedialyte before? No, I haven't. I don't know what that is. Is it one of those energy drinks or what is it? Electrohydrate? I don't know. Is it one of those drinks? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. It's overpriced salt water. Damn. Okay. Honestly, you can like stick a fancy label on anything and then, yeah. Electrolyte. That's what that word is. Electrolyte. There we go. Do those work? Like, do those drinks do what they're supposed to do? I know, like, people commonly drink those after working out or something like that. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free. No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. She just hit me. What the? And that was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You blah blah blah, I cannot English. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, the sticker, yeah. It was prescribed by my doctor before, so I suppose they're proven if they're covered by insurance. Oh, okay, I see. Sea salt has all the electrolytes you need when drank with water. What is it? Just a pinch is enough, right? Add that to your water, drink it. Do you think there's some people out there that intentionally like drinking salty water? I don't know, there must be.
Yes!
And tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. And just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Oh, thank God. I thought they were gonna actually, like, rotate the screen and I was gonna get a little motion sick. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you'd use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? A magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Why is this music such a bop? Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Oh, okay. This is a little bit of a new interface. Okay, let me examine, okay. That's his sword, isn't it? And that's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Oh, they're telling me I can slide. Very nice of them. I'm sure you're careful to look all around using B&M, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Okay, to hell with localizing and British. I'm just gonna keep the British people British and then just me. What is that? Is that food? Is that a chicken leg? Do chickens have legs this big? That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really it was really tasty. That is a chicken leg. Wait. Those must be some really big chickens then. What the heck? I wish I had a chicken leg that big. You ever seen those? I always used to see in those cartoons people with like those really big drumsticks, and I was always very jealous of them. It's 2 legs. Is it 2 legs? Yes, it could be. I went to the fair. We had a turkey leg. It was 30 bucks. Damn, I hope it was worth it. Please tell me it was worth it. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? What does she take me for? An animal? There's a table right there. Oh my god, could you imagine? Because I'm a stowaway, Kazuma gets the table, but I have to eat on the floor. I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Well, the tablecloth is rumpled, so... I'm surprised the plate didn't break. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean... Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Okay, I see a little bit of Maya in there. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. American chickens, lol. Maybe. Oh my god. Oh, it tells me. That's how it tells me I've seen something with a little check mark. Okay. That reminds me of that, like, you know, like that picture of that ginormous chicken. That's like absolutely humongous. Maybe that's where they got it from. It was dry. $30 and you get a dry turkey leg. That's so disappointing. I haven't had turkey in a while. I think I only ever have it around Thanksgiving, because otherwise my family don't really buy turkey unless it's like sliced for sandwiches. Seigi. I'm probably butchering that. The Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Damn, he was straight? Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. That was one thing that, like, I could never wrap my head around with, like, these kind of characters, is like, because there's an order of strokes that you're supposed to do, and like my tiny brain could never comprehend the order and like why you had to do in that specific order. But yeah. Yet you. Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away, I clicked. Even though you stowed away on the ship? You aren't going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. There was turkey burgers in place of beef burgers in my university dorms. The beef burgers were like chewing carpet. I thought there was something wrong with my jaw because I couldn't chew it. That sounds like when my mom cooks steak. Every time we have roast beef, I joke that we have leather for dinner. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea. Although, he's fallen over as well. Is it Poseidon? Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And then perhaps... it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few bucks in a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. She gonna find something? Bootstrap bills, bootstrap burgers. Oh my god. Try to say that like 10 times really fast. Actually, let me try that. Bootstrap bills, bootstrap burgers, bootstrap... I can't. Not enough brain cells. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS... Beria? Buria? I don't know how to pronounce that. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Oh, and Kazuma broke both of those. Well, he got permission for his sword. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. I don't have any, nor have ever bought sea salt. I just looked it up. It's triple the price of mine salt. From time to time, salt is sale, and when they are, I buy as... I guess you mean on sale. And when they are, I buy as much as I can carry since they last forever. Yeah, I have a little bottle of sea salt sitting in the cupboard somewhere. Okay, what is this gemstone? It is a gemstone. No, is it a bell? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of oh god, I accidentally slipped into British. It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. Mine salt just comes from the butt crack of the miners. Extra tasty. Good thing I live in France, and 2 kilograms of sea salt is about €2. Wow, that sounds really cheap for 2 kilograms of sea salt. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from the kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? I mean, he carried me around, so... And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Alright, that was the luggage I hid in. And it's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read. It was turned over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments. Was he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Oh my god, that was... They did that thing to make us attached, wasn't it? The constant use of partner. The going away to England, but come with me. We'll change the law together. And then they kill him. Himalayan salt, if you can find the real thing. Oh! Himalayan salt chips are really nice. So instead of like whatever the usual salt they use, it's like Himalayan salt. It's really good. I like it. I normally get it from Costco, like this giant bag of like Himalayan salt chips. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. Wasn't she there, though, when like HERLOCK SHOLMES announced it was Russian? It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened. Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Lord Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Maybe I'll have to do it when she's not here. Let me go over. What is this? Is this like, either this controls the vents or this is some kind of like bell thing where like you call for somebody? This is... yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in the book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes, in the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Oh. And that is interesting. They stopped selling it at Costco. It's now renamed to pink salt. Do you mean they stopped selling Himalayan salt and renamed it to pink salt? Also, we have ads in 5 minutes.
It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san?
I think living isn't quite the right description.
Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout.
And the trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. So I guess the only time he can like freely come out is when Kazuma is in the cabin, because then he can just lock the door. But otherwise, when Kazuma is out, he has to just hide in there. I don't know, I have very fond childhood memories of hiding in the closet, so I would have loved it in there.
But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin.
No, sadly not. Did I look at everything? Like, I don't know what else I could possibly look at. Oh, the vent.
I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin.
Isn't that a little odd?
What do you mean?
Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin.
Yes, it would appear to. You're right.
But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside.
That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that.
I suppose. Maybe that's it. Oh! Where'd he come from? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. Did you guys see that? Where did he come from? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European.
Oh, how did he...
You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. Am I saying that because I'm short or something?
Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is?
Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell.
Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him.
Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited?
By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them.
Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself.
Oh, please do.
Oh, I can't go anywhere else. Does that mean I can...
When I went for help, and the crewman forced the door open.
Oh, I didn't mean to look at the bolt.
His bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me.
When she glares at me like that, I feel tense, all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Can I talk to this guy? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet, of course not. Now back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Okay, well, I'm gonna run the ads now, and that's gonna be 3 minutes, and then once those 3 minutes are up, we're gonna go talk to HERLOCK SHOLMES, the funny man on the table. I still don't know where he came from. Anyways, I'll see you guys in a bit. But the fact that he's like on the table like that and it hasn't broken, I'm very impressed. I don't know where he came from though. He literally appeared out of thin air. I guess he was in the room the entire time. But that's so funny. He was either in the closet, maybe he was... Because we looked at the table and he wasn't there, so it makes me wonder where else he was. I also wonder what these pipes are for. Are they for communicating? They seem to connect in every cabin. I guess it's for making announcements. It probably is for making announcements. I'm back, only got one ad. Oh, that was short. We're still gonna wait for the whole 2 minutes just in case. I wonder if Costco got busted for selling fake salt. I don't know, maybe. Sometimes some of the things that Costco sells just isn't the greatest. Alright, I'm officially done my watermelon. I kind of want to have sorbet. I haven't had sorbet in a while. But yes, part of me wants HERLOCK SHOLMES to just topple over the desk when we talk to him. Because I feel like that's something he would do. Because he looks like he's in the perfect position to just roll forward. Okay, I thought my internet connection was a little spotty. It seems to still be okay. I was shopping for ice cream today, and I was so sad that my usual place stopped selling the cheap orange cream ice cream. Used online grocery shopping to compare prices at all the supermarkets and found super cheap ice cream at Walmart. Do you know what Instacart is? Yeah, I do. I've never used it though. If I want really cheap ice cream and like I don't want like, I'm not picky about the flavor. I know I can go to like one of the stores that sell things in bulk and just get like, what is it, like a 1 liter? I think it's like a, how much ice cream is it? I don't remember actually. I just remember it being a really ginormous tub of ice cream. Let me look. Because I remember going to the freezer section and being like, that's a big tub of ice cream. 11.4 liters of ice cream, yeah. If I want to, I could go and buy basically 11.4 liters of ice cream. I don't have anywhere to put it though. It would not fit in my freezer. But yes, if I wanted to, I could do that. I should do that. I should just go ahead and do that. They seem to have like actually quite a decent selection of flavors. I might do that. I think I'll do that, yeah. I'll add that to my list eventually when I have the freezer space for it. Just this 11-liter tub of ice cream. That would probably last me for a long time. I got mint ice cream, $2.05 for a quarter and a pint. I don't really have orange ice cream very often. Alright, we're gonna talk to HERLOCK SHOLMES. Excuse me. I'm also just waiting for myself to trip up and call him Sherlock Holmes. I'm also very curious if we're gonna meet Wilson because I thought there's a piece of hair and I don't know where it's coming from, but it's like touching my face. There we go, I think I got it. But yeah, I thought Watson was supposed to be that John H. Wilson that died in the first episode. Maybe it is, because I don't think we'll see him again, but yeah. I don't know what that intro was. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point of my investigation. He's just upside down, staring at the table. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Oh, he just took a picture of me. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive, and just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? I think that's supposed to be another Sherlock reference because I believe John was a doctor and like one of the places he was deployed at because I think he worked in the military was Afghanistan. And now, while venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are merciless and revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the bereaved occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. Excuse me? What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No. Listen, there's no way Hiya! Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Damn. A sus ato. You're right, you're right. And with the way the judges are, that would totally hold up in court. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh. Forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. But was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So, I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Time for my bean juice and then a nap. That sounds like... that. It's so sad that caffeine does that to you. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women in the world over. The inimitable HERLOCK SHOLMES. So, it's really you, the actual HERLOCK SHOLMES. The very same. God, I can't say that word. The inimitable, actual HERLOCK SHOLMES. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Well, there's me. I must be nobody. What planet have I been living on, then? You must ask him what he's deduced. He'll have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Alright, let's ask him. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I'm none other than the one and only HERLOCK SHOLMES. Oh, I see. You're German? HERLOCK, was it? No, I have no her. I mean hair. Please, call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. So Outer Wilds Sunday? Yes. I'm gonna do Outer Wilds and jam to space vibes. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of HERLOCK SHOLMES. Oh my god. Is Sherlock Holmes in the public domain yet? I think some of it is. I don't remember if all of it is, but I think most of it is. So if I wanted to, I could read it on stream. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective. Oh my god, is this another Gilderoy Lockhart situation? Oh my god. I hate that man so much. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Well, I'm sorry, but I think he's dead. Unless there's another Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is, to me, a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I return both for observation, for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only HERLOCK SHOLMES. Okay, Cosmo's death. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. HERLOCK SHOLMES. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Cosmo-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone here, the great detective HERLOCK SHOLMES was on board. And the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Oh, we can ask him about that. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I can't read that. I'm so sorry. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Oh. Maybe Kazuma was worried about us being stuck in the wardrobe. So he wanted people to find him. If that's what he was trying to do, I'm gonna be even more sad. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? Someone could have also easily picked up his finger and wrote it. But yeah. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Was he? He didn't look Russian. Why? I mean, I guess just because they were in Japan, it doesn't mean everyone there was Japanese, but still. Initially, I considered Guardrobe, but maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. No it isn't. I don't think so. Her school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Lost in translation? A little bit, yeah. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, a photograph of the crime scene has been added. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. I'm not even gonna bother because I literally, I cannot. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. I look nothing like this man. Even if you say it was disguise, I'm so offended. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill a very human man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list, need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included, and there can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Being a spy, such terrible pay. I remember they came recruiting at the university. I asked what was the pay. It was government salary. Huh. I didn't know they just went and recruited people like that. As exciting as it is to read about spy and espionage, I don't think I could do it in real life. Like, do you ever see those, like... I know it was like a little bit of a trend, those videos of like, me being a hitman, and then it was just somebody like trying to like kill somebody and then accidentally killing themselves. That's me. I could never be a spy. Hello, James. Welcome. I think you're here for, Phoenix Wright. I don't think have you popped in for the Great Ace Attorney? I cannot remember, but welcome. Being a double agent though, sky's the limit. Last week with the sound effects issues, you were there, okay. Yeah, I managed to fix it. It was, I had to go in the game file. I had to go in the config files to do something. I don't know how it fixed anything, but it fixed it, so I'm not gonna question it. Sholmes is like they took the brain of Gumshoe and put it in the body of Edgeworth and added a little more IQ. And poof, Sholmes, you're so right. That's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he is. Oh my god. That was beautiful. That, like, you could not better describe HERLOCK Sholmes than that. Like, literally. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. I get he's not supposed to be the smartest, but like he says so many contradicting things. Like, first he's very confident that we're Russian, and then he gives us a Russian newspaper and says that we might have to ask somebody to translate it for us, which therefore implies that we're not Russian, but he keeps insisting that we're Russian, so... Somebody went into my config settings today and gave me a shiny new... I don't know what IOL is. What does that stand for? But yeah, for the... I don't know what it is, but for Great Ace Attorney, there was like some sound setting in the config file, and I just turned it to true, and then it just fixed everything. Intraocular lens. Ooh. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds fancy. You had to be a Russian spy because being a Japanese spy would have been way too obvious and would have never worked. Well, if he thinks we're a Russian spy, but like, he does a lot of contradicting things. Because if he's so confident we're a Russian spy, why would he tell us that we might need somebody to translate the Russian newspaper he's giving us? Okay. Sleeper agent. Oh my god. Sleeper? It's been a while since I've like read or watched something with the sleeper agent trope, but I like it. I think it's a fun trope to use. I should see if I can find maybe a show to watch with that, because I always find those really fun. Magic the Gathering. I could never get into that. That's such a big card game. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Your eyeball is made up of a whole bunch of parts. One of those parts is the lens. I had cataract, so I got mine's replaced with artificial lenses. Oh! That's interesting. I might one day, like... I've been considering, like, not the same thing, but like LASIK. But yeah, like eye corrective surgery. I don't know. I've contemplated it. Maybe if my eyesight gets like really, really bad. I should add some better TV emotes. I need to look in how to do that. LASIK is not the same. Yeah, I know it's not the same, but like similar in terms that it is like some sort of like eyesight surgery. Your eyesight is really bad in my opinion. I mean, it could be worse. I could be having Coke bottle lenses. I have the eyesight of a wooden plank? No, I don't. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. I feel like she's not gonna do it to him. And I'm gonna be very upset if she doesn't. Yeah, she does nothing. She is so biased. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. It is. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author was cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado-sa, nado-nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. He knows 4 words, congratulations. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I'd be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madame. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Oh, a snake! A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Oh, which means whoever was in the other room put the snake through. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Okay. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if something's still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Why would there be a snake in a ventilator grill? I don't know if it's poisonous or like venomous or not, but like the only reason it would be in there is if somebody in the room next door stuck a snake through. But then that would mean there would have been like a bite mark on Kazuma somewhere. Otherwise, I don't know how he would have died. Which would also mean that the snake is still potentially in this room. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? Did they kill the tutorial lawyer again? They did. Yeah, in the beginning, yeah, Kazuma was found dead. So the short of it is that when Kazuma went off to England, he wanted Naruhodo to come with him. So he put Naruhodo in his big luggage and he became a stowaway. And so it's been 2 weeks since they came in here and he's basically just been like hiding in the closet when needed. And yeah. Today they found his body. And when they opened the closet, he was sleeping inside and then they arrested him. There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I've no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Let me look back in the history. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? Oh my god. Is that gonna be his thing? Is he gonna be very contradicting?
Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too.
You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly, roll over and accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name.
Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? You must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hiya! After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate?
Ugh. Because if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I thought she was gonna like karate chop the handcuffs off of me. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door.
Good idea.
The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this, and bring the real culprit to justice. Oh, that's another guy. Is that...
Some...
No way! Oh my god, we know who this man is. I had to like lean in to get a better look, but we know who this man is. It's him. Little Victorian tuberculosis lady man.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what can I do for you? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is!
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
It nearly stopped. I hope.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship.
Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Let's ask him. Special orders. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
You can't tell us? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asoki-san's bodyguard.
Oh!
It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated.
Oh. So... Oh. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I felt a sneeze creep up on me and then it disappeared again.
I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities.
This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated.
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a viable security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
Inspector...
So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now,
just say the word. Oh, well, can you get these handcuffs off of me? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be.
You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer.
Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin.
I'm sorry.
What?
You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin's door...
Oh, that guy would beat me up.
That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two.
I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well.
Would it be possible to give me something to work with? Do you think I'm going to need something persuasive?
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to.
But I don't see how... There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it?
Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure it's the diary entry, so... Maybe this?
What's that?
It's Kazuma's diary. And just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
Ow! What was that for? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? That is strange.
Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is...
Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin.
That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was.
All right, then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until you arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Okay, hopefully that other man doesn't beat me up. I feel like they should immediately report to the captain that they think there's a potentially deadly snake in the ventilation. Well, the thing is, they don't know what the speckled band is. If I didn't have any context, I wouldn't really think of a snake either. Because in the beginning of the episode, there's like a cutscene about a snake, and it's called like a speckled band, so yeah. I'm metagaming. I am a little bit. I am cheating. Yeah, they told me in the beginning. Oh, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Is that a mousetrap in the corner? Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government, and that's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh god, big buff man right there. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. Why are his legs spread out like that? The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, Susato, I've been stuck in a closet for 2 weeks. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Okay, I'm so curious about that mousetrap. What is that, like a cheese ball? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Is it? I thought it was cheese. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. Oh, so they don't know what cheese is. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese. I wonder what that tastes like. I can totally envision Ryunosuke just trying to grab the ball of cheese and getting himself stuck in the trap. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? Well, the thing is, I got handcuffs. I could use the chains and not have to use my actual fingers. If we're like, yeah. I feel like that would work somehow. All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Who are you? I'll find a little snack for you later. Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if they laced that with like poison or something. Oh my god, have you seen those like old mouse traps where I think it was like a little gun or cannon so that when it was set off, it wasn't like this where it like snaps on the rat, but it would be like this little gun cannon thing that would shoot and like blow the rat to pieces. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? I don't know if that's supposed to be like... I don't know if we're trying to make a dirty joke here or not.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says so. Press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh, this I have to see.
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it.
But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would stop. This ship included.
If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
Alright. That's the door. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? Is steerage second class? I'm going to assume so. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, Jesus! Oh, I just realized his tie looks like a little fish. That's so cute. Also, his shirt does not fit properly. Like, oh my goodness. Oh, excuse me. We need to get inside this cabin here.
The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem. Okay, we need to figure something out to get in. This looks like a plan of the SS... God, I don't know what to call it. Buria? I don't know. It shows each deck. Look.
And the Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering!
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan.
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. Get that man some cutlet to make him go away. Oh my god, maybe I can bribe him with food. That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Is he gonna blush? And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it, just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, and that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. I guess if I can try talking to this man. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class lady's maid. Oh.
Oh.
You seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Beef. I'm gonna go with beef. Beef Stroganoff. Best name in the game, right here, right now. Oh my god, I love this game. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Okay, oh, we can ask him stuff. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest port of Buria steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you.
If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Da. Or I think that's yeah? I don't know.
Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing.
Da is yes in Russian, and yet is no. Ah, I see. Okay.
Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's?
His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. I'm trying to see if that name doesn't ring any bells for me. I'm assuming it's another, like, clever pun thingy, but yeah. A Western gentleman. Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands.
That was harsh. Did you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now. I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. He must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Okay, well ads are in 30 seconds. I'm gonna run them now. And that's gonna be 3 minutes, probably less. And then we'll get back to this and ask him about last night. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and like put my dishes in the sink. So I will be back. Alright, I'm back. We still have like a minute and 40 seconds left. That's okay. Someone made microwave popcorn in the kitchen and I could smell it and it made me really want popcorn, and I kind of really want to make popcorn, but I don't know. When playing Ace Attorney, it's kind of hard to munch and nom on things. Maybe I'll have some popcorn tomorrow. There's just something about microwave popcorn. Maybe it's the nostalgia, but yeah, I don't know. I'm also lazy, so I just prefer microwave popcorn. Right now I'm eating goldfish. But also, I don't know if it's the lighting or... because his like skin on his face, because he looks like he's like tanned in some places and then in some places he's not. For me it's more of a price thing. That's true, it's probably a lot cheaper to just pop your own popcorn. I think I just like the convenience of microwave popcorn. And the more I think about it, the more I want to eat popcorn right now, god damn it. Welcome back from the ads. We are about to ask this man about last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all the time. So criminal that you cannot come in. Or get out. I wonder, did you tell us anything about last night at all? I also prefer the flavor of pot-made popcorn. Really? I prefer the flavor of microwave. But that could just be all the extra stuff they add to it. It is that about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Is that Niet? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises, or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no. But sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Fisherman's friends hit hard in the morning, dear God. Fisherman's friends? I'm talking about the mints. Oh, do you mean like the I don't know about mints, but I know there's like cough drops or something like that. Hello, Gold. Welcome. How are you doing? So you kind of missed a bit if you've just come in now, but Kazuma's dead. So they pulled another Mia on us, and so now he's dead. We're on a boat headed for England, and they think we're the murderer. Because Kazuma was killed in his cabin, and we were a stowaway because Kazuma wanted Naruhodo to come with him to England. And so hid in his luggage, and then once they reached his cabin, hid in his wardrobe for most of the time. And then, yeah, here we are. We've been handcuffed. We've met HERLOCK SHOLMES, a character of a man. I couldn't describe it any better than Shiro did, other than, what was it? They took the IQ of Gumshoe, put it in Edgeworth's body, and then just added a bit more IQ. Also, love this man right now. His name is Biff Stroganoff. That is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? He's basically Gumshoe, but smarter and cooler. He is. Except he's not. He doesn't feel that much smarter. The man thought we were a Russian assassin. So, yeah. Okay, what is this? Let me open that. Fisherman's friend. Ah, yeah, okay. What is it? I think the one I'm thinking of is Fisherman's. Yeah, okay, yeah. Fisherman's friend. But like, the only one I've had were the lozenges. And I don't remember the taste, but I remember it punching me in the face. I absolutely do remember that. Someone offered me one and I took it and it was like, it hit me in the face. It socked me right in the nose. He makes assumptions. Yeah, he does. Definitely. Okay, so now we can go. I don't think there's anything else for us to look at. No, we've pretty much looked at everything. All right, let's go in. HERLOCK SHOLMES should be in there. Oh! I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here. Okay. This feels different. I mean, it's kind of nice because everything would be in one place, right? Because that was one thing I had, I thought was a real pain with like the Phoenix Wright games, was that like you had to go to like specific areas to go to another area, and it was just a pain in the ass. Well, apparently we haven't looked at the logs, but we have.
Maybe we'll get different dialogue because he's not here? Okay, the book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Okay, it's the same thing said before. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Nothing to report. Okay, yeah. Well, now we can enter. Cousin's gone home and she's sad she didn't get to finish the Walking Dead game. She doesn't have a PC at home. I guess she can get the iOS version. I keep forgetting that you can get it on mobile. Honestly, to play through the entire, like, first Walking Dead game would, like... It's like, what, 5 or 6 chapters? It would take quite a while to play through it. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. And such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Oh, I bet I bet you that was HERLOCK SHOLMES screaming. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. I hate him and I love him at the same time. He's just... I don't know, I just want to squeeze him. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't. And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. HERLOCK himbo, truly, truly. They knew we would be sad about Gumshoe, so they gave us another himbo. Oh my god, it's this guy! It's the assassin! Ooh, who are you? A Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylett, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual HERLOCK SHOLMES. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am a great detective among great detectives, and one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? That seems kind of too small for anybody to fit in. What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. You could fit? I'm not that small. Oh! Bro, no way! Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now, otherwise I'll call the steward.
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. A parrot? Maybe, I don't know. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. Well, he's obviously that assassin. Like, come on. Right? Could be this man. Could be. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to use WASD. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. The pair of you floundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. The article on the front page of this newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. It reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Is there anything else to look at? Maybe he said the back page, right? Oh, who is this lady? She's very pretty. Is she a ballerina? Oh, is this what the cursed crown he was talking about was? Definitely hiding and probably the murderer? Probably. That ain't even Russian. It's just 2-minute noodles. Yeah. This is interesting. Have you... Oh, no, that was me saying that. This is something interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Oh, young lady, you say? Renowned prima ballerina of the Nova Beach Ballet disappears from Shanghai. You don't think that's who's in the luggage, do you? During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Nova Beach Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. The question is if, I think she was kidnapped, or maybe she ran away, but if she was kidnapped, there would be no reason to take her. You would only need the tiara, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe... You don't think they could be lovers, do you? We'll see. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Okay, well, first of all, sir, what the fuck is in your... Huh?! He's just there. He's just chilling.
Mr. Sholmes, I have to talk to you. What the heck are you doing? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time, and that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Vroid, is clearly trying to hide something. And you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret. Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh, I can't wait. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Vroid, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh. And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an affable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Vroid's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning.
Not the toxic gossip train, the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh! The game is afoot! This is new. Okay, topic 1, conclusion. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place. This is so cool! The enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. What, to trim his beard? You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Also, he's not so stupid, which it would appear you have also read, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik Flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Okay, a revolutionary on the run. Okay, topic 2. Wrongdoing. This is so fun. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be upset. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Man sporting a puppy or some shit. Oh my god, could you imagine you open it and it's just a puppy? It could be! Because they said no pets, right? Oh my god, I hope it's a puppy! Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refused to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Those are dog grooming shears? Oh my god, you're right. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nova Beach Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Oh my god, is it...
I knew Pavlova could have something to do with like Pavlov, like the dog and the bell, but like... Okay, conclusion, kidnapping of a young ballerina. This is so funny though. Thus concludes HERLOCK Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemetsky. Susato-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Bro is Gumshoe 2.0, he literally is. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? I mean, you don't know. No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Yonosuke's smarter than Phoenix so far. He is a little bit, yeah. But again, we haven't really seen him in action in court yet. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. HERLOCK SHOLMES is proud to present is Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Okay, so this is a new mini-game. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, this is new. This is new. I'm very much liking this, though. Okay. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Voilet, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. And it doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Voilet either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Voilet. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better. Then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around to that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Voilet really going to use those enormous shears for? At first, I thought he was going to, like, cut up the newspaper. A beard, his thick hat, his coat buttons. Oh! Oh! Oh? Whoa, his golden locks? Yo! What happened? His... That's so... Wait. Is that a wig? Cause he's got golden hair. That has to be it. Right? Cause maybe he doesn't have a pet. Maybe it's a snake in there. I don't know. Anyways, his golden locks. That's the only thing that makes sense. Okay, let's try this.
Yes!
Is he a she? Oh my god, that's NekoKeno. This is NekoKeno. Yeah. I think this is the ballerina. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Voilet is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Alright, we need to look at the back. Okay, there we go. Article about the ballerina.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. Oh, that's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich. Oh! Thank you for the raid, Pipple. Hello. Welcome. Oh, you're playing Yakuza 0. How's that been? I played a little bit of it, but I never finished it. I made it my mission to do like all of the side stories I could before I went with the main story. But yeah, how's that been? It's a lot of fun. Yeah, there's just so much you can do in that game. It's so fun. I distinctly remember my favorite takedown is like one involving an orange. There's like a finisher you can do with an orange and it's hilarious. But yeah, welcome Raiders. I hope you had fun. We're doing The Great Ace Attorney. We are on the 2nd episode. And yes, someone has died and once again we are being accused of murdering them. Where were we? Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Damn. You know, I'm kind of happy that they switched to 3D models because you can do so much more animations with them. Oh my god. She's so pretty. I love her earring. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. That still begs to differ though. What's in her case? Oh no, he's hot. Yeah. So I guess she wanted to run away with the tiara? Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. So does she actually have a dog with her? Ah! And I assure you that I speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Female Flynn Rider? Honestly, I can kind of see it. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. Okay, there's something wrong with that. Maybe this doesn't belong to her at all? This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Is he the Edgeworth to my Phoenix? Is that what HERLOCK SHOLMES is? Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Okay. Traveling case. Oh, the tiara, there it is.
Yes!
I can't believe it's right there. That still begs to differ what's in the case. Maybe Shiro is right, maybe it is a dog. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. Oh my god, also, I saw and then I didn't respond because I thought I did. Hi, Sirius. I hope you're doing well. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you have left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say it? An earl, a Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason as why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless Coupe Doyle betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. What? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? And it's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. Okay, it's this thing.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Wait, wasn't the first name of Pavlov like Nikola, something like that, right? They basically just flipped it into like a gender-bent version. Let me Google. No, it was Ivan Pavlov. Okay, where does the Nikolina part come from then? Maybe his wife? Or maybe they just picked a random name. Yeah, no. Maybe they just picked a random name for the first part. Yeah, I can't find anything on the NekoKeno part. Oh well. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet. They're so cute together. Oh my god. Ah! There we go. Yeah, it has to be a doggo if her last name is Pavlova. I can't get over how cute they are together. Please don't shift them. Stop! Don't call me out. So clearly you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Vroid. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria's a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That variable tinkling of a bell, why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? She's so cute. So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo,
Wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. Oh my god, they're back on? How does he do that? Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? Or like our great deduction, yes, it was a team effort. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Also, heads up, we have ads in 5 minutes. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Okay, first of all, can I see what's in that case? I so badly want to know. Let me see. Don't touch. Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it? Oh, sorry. As well as you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Oh, hypocrite. Okay, let's just ask her stuff then. Okay, what happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh! That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if it had happened. If that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Okay, running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet. Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. Is she going to sell it or is she going to keep it? I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. Oh, so they knew she was hiding here. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Okay, conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet.
Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I'm an angel. What? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of HERLOCK Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Okay, so it is time for the ads. I'm gonna run those quickly. Those are gonna be 3 minutes again, and then we will come back to ask her about her friend, which we're all fairly certain is a dog. I'm assuming it has to be a puppy if it can fit in that small case. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Or maybe she just has like a tiny dog. I don't know what breeds were available during this time period. Especially, where was she? She was in like Shanghai, right? I'm assuming she got the dog around then. I don't know, is it difficult to travel around with a dog? Because yeah, I don't think she would have had it before then. So, I wonder what kind of dog it is. I wonder if we'll be able to tell what breed. But I guess we'll have to wait. This music is very nice though. Do I have any goldfish crackers left? I do have a little bit. I'm gonna munch on those. But yeah, that's very interesting. So she came last night. I'm not so sure when the snake was put through the ventilation thing though. That also brings into question what time exactly last night that she came. She could have came like right after somebody put the snake through. But yeah, we still need to wait for the autopsy. I'm pretty sure they're gonna say he died from like poison or something. Because his body didn't look like it had any other kind of wounds. And if he was like bit by a snake, it would make sense why he still had like a couple of minutes before he died. Still very curious about the wardrobe thing. Either he wrote it or whoever killed him wrote it. But whoever killed him wouldn't have known about Naruhodo in the wardrobe. So it's either he wanted people to know that Naruhodo was in the wardrobe, or that HERLOCK Sholmes mentioned a guy with like a similar name to wardrobe. Could have been him. But then again, that Roylock Grimsby guy's a little suspicious. Can I present people? I cannot present people. Well, what if we look at this picture? Yeah, I can't see any wounds. And there weren't any blood stains. So clearly he wasn't like injured or anything. So yeah, most likely a snake bite. I wonder where though. Maybe his ankles. But it's quite interesting. Well, I guess once we reach Britain, they might have stuff like fingerprint and like blood detection. I'm not sure. Also, welcome back from the ads. Okay, we're gonna ask her about her little pupper friend. I hope we get to see it. I hope we get to see it. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious. Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? No? Is it actually a snake? She said it's not a puppy. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Oh my god, is it actually a snake? Huh. You credit Russia as the land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? It's a polar bear? Maybe. You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas' friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Ah! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs for sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Oh, he's laughing. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. What can I show her? I've never heard of any of those benefits with my baby chick pet. I mean, I think the rousing wake-up call, doesn't that apply to, like, roosters? But yeah, I've never kept chickens, so I cannot say anything about their benefits. Can I show her the speckled band? Let me try that. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual, it reads. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Wait! She has Pavlov, but the thing is she doesn't have a dog, she has a snake. She trained the snake with the whistle. Oh my god. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! I think it jumped off the balcony only to be never heard from again. Oh no! I hope it survived that jump. The only benefit you can get from your pet chick is being cute and adorable. I'm sure once it grows up you could get eggs if it was a hen. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Uh-oh, is it beef stroganoff again? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. Ow! What? You must leave now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out? Ugh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Sees a speckled bang hanging out of the ventilated grill. Oh, it's probably nothing. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. And that is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. What can I say? Beef Stroganoff is a beefy man. Have you seen those muscles? Alright, we're at a to be continued point. Save, yes. We'll just save here. Oh, that's autosave. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be. Oh! Rest in peace, Susato. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Can I talk to him again? Oh, thank you for cooling me off. I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Okay. I guess the only thing we can do is go back to, the only thing we can do is go back to the cabin. Bribe him? I don't have anything to bribe him with, though. And I don't want to expose her secret. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
might have some new information for us. You never know. Is he here, though? Oh, yes, he's over there. He looks like he has a bruise on his mouth, but I could be wrong. Oh, no, he was beaten up. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ah, you're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. But I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like HERLOCK SHOLMES. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Okay, cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Okay, so he's a fan of ballet. Oops, I think I upset him there. No, I think he got a little too excited. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I am honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new info? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bureau's medical officers finished its examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, autopsy, huzzah! Oh. Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. Oh! That is, God, where is the cervical vertebrae? That's like... Is that like the neck, spine area? His neck was broken? Oh, well, there's my answer. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Oh! Do you think the snake, like, constricted around his neck and, like... Can snakes do that, though? Probably, right? I don't know. Is a snake strong enough to do that? Because I'm just trying to think about if a snake wrapped around your neck and, like, squeezed, would it be strong enough to, like, snap your neck or not? I don't know. Snakes do that? Okay. Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. That's so terrifying to think of. That if you like put enough pressure at the right spot, you could just instantly kill somebody. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Anacondas and boa constrictors do that. The thing is, I think the snake we're looking for could be an adder. And I don't know much about adders. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. How can he look at us like that when his face is all beaten and bruised? I feel so bad. How would I prefer to be taken out? I don't know if I have a preference. Preferably something painless, I guess. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Okay, post-mortem report. Oh, Mr. Sholmes is here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Oh, is it shoe polish on the floor there? That leaves so many possibilities. Well, more options. Shoe polish. I wonder what he meant. Has to be that. It was when he was over there by the broken piece of glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Did he slide and fall on shoe polish? Could you imagine he slips on shoe polish, falls, and breaks his neck or something? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? I don't know, maybe he licked it or something. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I've no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does that mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Oh, okay. Sholmes is a classy guy. Maybe he polishes his own shoes. Maybe. Maybe you can tell shoe polish by the smell. I imagine it has a very distinct smell. Oh. So, Bayo, you want to come and go at the same time, I see. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring to the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Will we ever find out why he's coughing up blood? I know it's, I know sometimes there's that, like, saying of being, like, so angry that you, like, cough or spit up blood, but I don't know if that's the case here. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. Was it in the dinner that everybody had, maybe? Phrasing? Do I have a better plan? I don't know. Just dying from old age is fine by me. I don't know if this guy will say anything to me. He just kind of really hates me. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosanaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll them into ball and throw them in cold room. Damn, not the freezer. Phew, she's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Osanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at the Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. That's true, they are heading for Britain. Do I basically look at everything all over? Oh, well, I guess I can look at this again. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. Or maybe he's just a robot sent by CyberLife and he licked it, I don't know. That's hardly a reason, is it? Bookshelf again? All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Oh, Susato would hate my desk. I think she would have an aneurysm if she looked at my table. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Beria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. This table? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. Okay, I don't think there's anything left to look at. Well, I guess the grill? Yeah. So, this vendor later joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Maybe I have to show him something? I can't do anything. Maybe we gotta go back into the passageway? Oh, okay. Something's happening. Is he gone? Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Is he gonna pop up out of nowhere? Tra-la-la. Who is that? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Okay, tra-la-la, liwa-liwa-lay. I did it the great detective way. Oh my god, that's HERLOCK SHOLMES. I keep wanting to say Sherlock Holmes. It's messing with my brain. This caroling. I know that lurk-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. Tra-la-la, it's clearly the Riverman from Undertale. Oh my god, you're right. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. His name is Beef Stroganoff. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Oh my god. Okay, let's go. Oh, it's gone. No way. There's a plate on the ground. I can't imagine a snake would be very comfortable on a ship, would it? Especially, well, I guess it depends on the snake, but I was under the impression that like most snakes need like a warm habitat or at least like a warm area. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. You know, there was a point in time where I considered getting a snake. I don't think my parents would have ever agreed to it, but like I had like a snake phase. I was like, ooh, I really want a snake. And so like I watched a bunch of YouTube videos on snakes and like keeping snakes. But yeah, I still like snakes. I don't know if I would still want to keep one, but yes. They're very cute. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Hey, oh hello Gamerland, how are you doing today? We finished Phoenix Wright, so now we're on the Great Ace Attorney. Well, she's no longer here to yell at us, so let's look at her things. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Oh my god, is she ever going to let that go? Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. I wish I had the guts to do that, but I don't. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. That's so funny. We accidentally just bust ourselves. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. You're so right. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Oh, yeah, so sorry about that. I don't have links on for the chat. It's just a... what is it? It's just to prevent if there are any bots that come in to post links. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. No worries. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Okay, this table. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yeah, she did say she was done being a ballerina. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Beria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it, so she took the tiara with her. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. I mean, she's 15. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Wow, what a surprise. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Inspect the case? Do you mean this one? Oh, that one I can't look at. But yeah, I've already looked at the case. There's this waste bin though. Let me move actually. There we go. This trash bin. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. But then where's the one in Kazuma's room? Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Well, as they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. What is this dish? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Huh? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? We're on a ship, I don't know. What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I guess snakes will theoretically eat anything as long as it's like meat or something, right? I don't know. I don't know the diet of snakes. I just know that people feed them mice normally. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Snakes are carnivorous as far as I know. Yeah, which makes me wonder. Maybe she gave the snake some chicken last night. But then again, we don't see any of the remnants of last night's dinner, so... Well, I guess it could have swallowed the bones too, but yeah, we'll see. Have you ever heard those stories of people with like big snakes or whatever? And like those snakes try to eat them? Let's see. Can I look at anything else? I guess the door. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see why they suspect me. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too, look. The SS Beria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. Wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. Okay, think I've looked at everything here. Alright, move, passageway. Oh! Hello.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look.
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Oh, that's where he was when he was singing? He was actually really close by. La la la, lira lira lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was no doubt. Oh, when there was doubt, it's lucky HERLOCK was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ow! What is it? You want to fight, hmm? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. All right, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? That's so funny. He's such a funny guy.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there is nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes.
Nothing to report?
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's logs from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Okay. Might have been trying to figure out how Pavlova got on board. Probably, because we still don't know. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Everyone seems to have a throbbing head. Well, except Susato, she hasn't mentioned anything. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. You can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. So maybe everyone was put to sleep around the same time? Everyone who had dinner? Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too. Man, what was in that chicken? Oh, he took it with him. Or we took it.
And that door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. I can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. You look at the doors again?
Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance.
What?
The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin.
I'm not sure if we could go that far. But we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Okay, and then if we look at this again. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? A smell is the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
Guess we gotta go back to him. Because I've looked in that in her cabin. Can we present him with, ship's log? No. Okay, 1:30, nothing to report, and then something happened after 1:30, and that's around the time when, Kazuma wrote in his diary that he saw something appear in the ventilator. Can I not show him anything? I'm a little confused because I thought I've looked at everything. I guess there's something in the cabin I'm missing? Oh, and there's the table.
There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery all over the floor for some reason.
Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute.
What is it?
That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all.
So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama.
No. I'm pretty sure dinner was spiked. Oh!
What's that?
Fire alarm.
Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile full.
Oh?
Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact.
What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand.
Susato-san, hold on to me.
Ah!
Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine.
Hello? Is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Oh! Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Oh, and the books too! Oh, something happened and oh. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh, to be continued already. Is this episode going to have a trial still? I guess so. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? You heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black! You are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has... Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Ah, and he's a stowaway as well. The vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil.
It doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police.
Wait, A cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Okay. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. But don't touch my things. Do you want me to show where crawfish hibernates? Hiya! Why is everyone so against me? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just trying to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Maybe if I say his name 3 times, HERLOCK SHOLMES will appear. What if I talk to her? Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. Also adds in 5 minutes, heads up. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what... I don't understand what any of that was. Ugh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Oh my god, is HERLOCK SHOLMES hiding somewhere? There he is! The man, the myth, the legend. I can't believe it! And just when we needed him the most, he appeared. The great detective. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes! He has the tiara and everything. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles would feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? And this isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so for the brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Beria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh my god, another dance? Ah, you have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning, when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Also, he knows about the snake. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Oh, can he see where the snake is? With his x-ray? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Ow! What the? Whoa, that is a big snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm assuming he's gonna do his little dancey thing and do his deductions that we're gonna have to correct again. So, since the ads are coming up, we're gonna run those now. That's gonna be 3 minutes or less, depending on what Twitch decides. But yes, I'll see you in a bit and we will come watch Sholmes' little dance. And maybe we'll get to join him. I love his ability to appear out of nowhere though. It's so funny. It's like I half expect him to be anywhere now. Like every time I move the screen, I'm hoping that HERLOCK Sholmes is there. At least I know his goggles serve a purpose. Because at first, when I looked at his character design, I thought it was just to fit in with like the steampunk vibe he had going on, but no, they're x-rays. And his little satchel has like a little spray gun with different solutions. Let me actually save here. But
But yes, I'm thinking another half hour and then we'll call it a day. I'm assuming this is the last part of the investigation. I don't know what's going to happen with the trial. I don't know if we're going to have a trial. But yeah, that must mean there's, I don't know. I don't know if it could be this snake, because it is not speckled. So either someone else also had a snake, or I'm not sure. Still doesn't explain the shoe scuff mark though, and the broken glass. I mean, I guess it could be that like the snake wrapped around him and he was like thrashing to get it off, but still. A lot of stuff was broken. That also doesn't explain everyone's simultaneous headache. I think dinner was drugged and a whole bunch of people fell asleep. And then an emergency stop happened. Right! Kazuma would be awake because they said he didn't like chicken. So he would have been like one of the few people awake at the time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the snake was meant to kill him, if this was an assassination attempt or not. I'm also going to guess that at one point we're gonna see the real Bolshevik. I don't remember his first name, but I'm assuming at some point we're gonna see the real Bolshevik. I'm kind of debating on going to the bathroom, but no, I think I'll be okay. We're only going to stream for another half hour. Got 15 seconds left of ads, supposedly. I wish it would tell me if ads were finished, if they're not gonna do the full 3 minutes. But yes, 3, 2, 1. And they're done. Welcome back. I was just theorizing about what happened. Pretty sure dinner was drugged and like a lot of people fell asleep. Kazuma, who did not eat the chicken or turkey or whatever because he doesn't like to eat it, did not fall asleep because he did not have any. I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are 2 conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number 1. Last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah! And number 2. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Oh, he can't talk. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Here we go again. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Alright, topic 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it is that friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Or maybe her friend is actually beef stroganoff. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. Oh! You know how I mentioned how it's weird that his, face has those, odd tan lines? They perfectly match up with the snake coiling around his head. I just realized. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slouched skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay, topic 2, how Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of this snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't?
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you'd used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You could know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. And you deny the snake has undergone such training.
It's not true.
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell core, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Okay, well, the autopsy has already said that he didn't die from any poison or venom. Thus concludes HERLOCK Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why HERLOCK Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable, as the Russians say. I could have done it with one left hand. Did I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and we will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Maybe the snake isn't her pet at all. I don't know. I have a question. Why would a snake kill one person by strangulation and another with a venom? Well, no, I don't think it was a venomous snake. Well, the thing is, he's saying the snake killed Kazuma with venom, but I'm pretty sure the snake killed him by strangulation. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Oh, that's true. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. He must not have seen the autopsy report. I'm not sure if he has, yeah. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the stakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use their scales on their bellies to repel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. They don't exactly have noses, but they can smell, I believe. I'm not sure how they smell. Maybe with their tongues?
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean? Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? How does he keep doing that? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. HERLOCK Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. According to Google, snakes can in fact hear some frequencies. Oh! Alright, we gotta step in and help here. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. I think it's her head. She does have a pained expression on her face. Or is it her wrists? Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read it quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Her hand? Her head? Her right ear? Oh! She has a claw scratch. Is her friend like a cat or something? What if her friend is actually a cat?
Yes!
Yes. When you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night. Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was that friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Do you think that snake is Beef Stroganoff's pet then? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh, she's got a picture of a kitty!
Yes!
You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? Well, let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it. What? That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Is it not that photograph? Photograph frame. But there's like a cat! There's literally a cat in that picture. I'm so angry. Or is the cat somewhere else? Pray tell, where are you? I'm so confused. Because it's not this photograph frame. What the heck is it? It's 12:51. My robot army's valiantly on the crusade for floor scum. Oh, have you advanced that far in Crusader Kings already? It's not Seaman Stroganoff, is it? But like, it's not this photograph frame, and I'm so confused. There's like literally nothing else. It's either the Serpent Stroganoff. I don't think this teapot's... Is it this fucking teapot? Is her friend hiding in the teapot? I'm gonna be so angry if her friend is hiding in that teapot. Let me just look at a walkthrough really quickly. Oh, great. Ace Attorney walkthrough. I'm legitimately going to be so upset. Okay, I think it's adventures that I need a walkthrough for. The Inspeckled Band. Okay, part 3. Oh, I think I'm actually on the last part of the game. Anyways. Okay, on statement 9, turn your attention to the table next to Stroganoff. Examine the photograph frame next to the teapot. Present the little kitten in the photograph. Oh. Oh, I have to click on it. Dear Lord. Okay, they never explain this. Okay, there we go. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. It could have been the auto mod that deleted stuff. I didn't see though. Was it recent? Because I didn't notice any messages deleted. But yeah, if anything's deleted, it's normally the auto mod. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. Oh, that looks like the thing that broke in half. She's exceptionally beautiful. Oh, she's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. There we go. Little kitten. There we go. Present that. Does that mean this whole time I could have looked at everything and like gotten dialogue? Oh well. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, that scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Because I thought if I clicked on something, it would present it. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Daka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Daka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact and yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, who has regrettably this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slouched skin.
Did you see that?
She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty. Or maybe making me believe that that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, it's a cat toy. Oh, do I have to click on it? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. Okay. And that looks like... oh, I accidentally skipped it. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Wouldn't that mean that the kitten would be interested in Kazuma's little hairband thing, like that waves in the wind? Okay, so I technically missed out on a bunch of dialogue because I didn't understand the mechanics of this game. That's okay. I'm not too upset about it. Oh, I already went through this. Okay, so cat's toy, present. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. It's highly unlikely you could fit a whole thing of snake skin in your pocket. I'm not sure what the texture of those things are too, but are they also soft? I don't know. I feel like it would crumble or fall apart. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? Maybe the cat ran in. My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline young Darka's proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bed cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared. through the ventilator. Daka, she is so naughty.
Okay, beloved kitten is the true identity. Okay, now how he died is the question. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I've been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Maybe the cat is still locked in the wardrobe. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere in Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Where's the... not that. No. Oh, God, not that. Where's the autopsy report? It was this thing. Post-mortem report. Present.
Yes!
Oh! I had to examine the post-mortem report and then pick the thing. Never mind. Okay, they don't want to make this easy for me. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Okay, never mind, I did it right. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It had been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that explain what happened? Mark on the floor?
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. I wouldn't expect a little kitten to kill an adult man like that. I wouldn't either. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and no, he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. I was about to theorize that maybe it wasn't actually shoe polish, but never mind. Yeah. There's the tiara. Waste paper basket. There's nothing else to look at. It's the traveling case. What about the waste paper basket? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Oh, she took the waste paper basket from Kazuma's cabin because HERLOCK Sholmes mentioned that there was no waste paper bin, and so he gave us the newspaper. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, there we go. The broken bell. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. Also, why would the cat have a glass bell on it? That's so weird. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Can I look at it? Okay, I think I have to present it. Okay, let's try presenting that. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't... I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be the photograph.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Oh, death by tripping over a cat. I can't believe that's how he died. Like, I can't believe they did that to him. Like, Mia, okay, she was trying to uncover the shady dealings of that guy and, like, got killed in the process. But, like, Kazuma literally tripped over a cat, hit something, and then died. Like, Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Taka. So I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
Oh, I accidentally went a little British there. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hands, I take it. They did Kazuma dirty compared to Mia. They really did. Like, what the heck?
Yes. And I'd read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Daka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back then again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Daka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then...
Oh.
I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterward, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was...
From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up.
Oh, the bell fell off. He stepped on it and fucking tripped.
The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over.
So, ship lurched, door locked, he tripped over the cat. Then he banged something and died. God damn it. Poor Kazuma, if only he had just gone to sleep. Literally, the fact that he could have avoided all of this if he had just gone to sleep, if he had eaten some of that chicken and fallen asleep like everybody else, he would have been alive right now.
But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yes, Daka's nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake?
You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? It's his pet.
Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko.
What? That snake belongs to you.
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in the air.
Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Well, technically he's a reptile, so I don't know.
Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands.
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? To be fair, a snake would be kind of easier to take care of than a normal pet. Like, I don't think they need to eat as often. But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom. Roscoe does not have venom. He is armless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny.
It's venomless.
Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see, big smile.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
Ha! Like they say, they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories.
So those rat traps, the mice that they catch, they feed to Perotsko.
Roscoe eats mouses, big, fat, round mouses.
Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I get my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. His face.
It refuses to drink milk.
It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role?
It is not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Brosco has nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Ms. Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Pikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I also just realized that one of his glasses lenses are gone. Once the snake was brought into the picture, I realized the mousetrap was for the snake. I didn't pick that up until later on. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Ah! Not again! Why did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call.
You were... Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even.
In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here.
Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin?
Yes.
What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we?
The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it?
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
I don't know how much closer I am. I think I'm kind of close to the end, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to, like... No. I think I'm gonna try to find a good place to stop and then stop. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident.
Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence.
That the victim's death was no mere accident? Oh, I don't know about this. It's diary. Maybe the ship logs? Okay, apparently I'm supposed to show the crimes he photographed. Oh. Yeah, no, you know what? We're just gonna leave it here because it is running quite late and I don't want to go any longer. So we're just gonna save here and continue this next week. Although we're really close to the end from what it looks like when I glance at the walkthrough. Just like presenting a couple more things and then yes. Okay, so we'll finish this next week. Next stream is Friday for The Witcher.
And then after that is just Sunday again for the Outer Wilds, which I'll be playing for the first time. Is anybody streaming right now? There's one person, but they're sleeping, so I'm not gonna bother. That's okay. We're just gonna end it here tonight. Okay. Let me just catch up on the chat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure his glasses lens broke off when he was talking to the captain. The bolt's in the other room locked by itself, so I'm wondering if the same thing happened to Kazuma. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, because the ship supposedly lurched, and then he also tripped over the cat. I just had an idea. You know how the ship's logs are blank and the snake belongs to the guy writing the logs? I think that Stroganov's snake got in there somehow. Maybe he could have, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But yes, for now, we're gonna call it a night. Alright, so I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening or day. We'll continue this next week. I'm starting to lose brain cells because I'm starting to get a little hungry. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week for Phoenix Wright, or next stream whenever I see you. But yeah, thank you guys for coming, and I will see you next time. Alright. Shall I lift myself out of here? I guess I should. Where is that redeem? Alright. Well, I'll see you guys. Bye-byes.